Welcome to the 2025 Decatur County Fair Dairy Show. Okay, I need a volunteer or two to start us up here. Who's going to? Right up front. Anne's going to start us.
Okay, we're going to do the pledge to the American flag, then the 4-H flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. My head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, for my club, my community, my country.
All right, before you leave the arena, we have some air fresheners here for each member and the minis. These were donated by Don and Myra Crosby. So if you got the minis, come to me, and Stephanie has the others. Let's see, there's one.
Thank you.
Huh?
What does it say?
It says Black Ice. That's the name of it.
Testing. Everybody hear me?
Yep. Good?
Now we're not on air, right?
We are now. We're coming to you live from the 2025 4-H Dairy Show. Looks like we are doing the mini 4-H showmanship right now. I think we've got 5 mini 4-H members who are doing this. So basically with the...
My oldest son Neil is here to be the ring master out there. He's not here, so my oldest daughter Stephanie's going to take over that job. Stephanie was a 10-year member herself. Graduated from Purdue. Now she's currently working as a deputy.
So basically with mini 4-H members, they're not old enough yet to show in 4-H, and they have to use another animal of a 4-H'er. Am I correct on that? Yeah. Okay.
Good luck and have fun.
So these are youth in training.
Yes. Basically just to kind of get a little bit of experience before they get to do it.
It appears that each of the young youth have a experienced member with them,
Yes.
helping them lead and
Yes,
learn.
that's correct.
Kind of a mentor to the young.
Yes.
I had a moment to walk through the dairy barn. I was impressed by not only the quality of the cows, but the number of the cows they have this year.
Yes.
I think I don't know what the numbers have ran like over the years, but I was impressed with what they had.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't keep track from how many members we had last year, but I think they had said that they had 42 animals that were signed up to be taken, but I don't think all of them were actually brought here.
Well, it's not shy of that number.
I know.
There's quite a few cattle out there.
There's quite a few.
It looks like by the schedules there are about 32 heifers and cows here today. So.
Well, that's impressive.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. A few years ago, it really kind of slacked off in numbers, but it seems like there's been a few families work with some dairy farms, and looks like the numbers have showed that quite a bit too. It looks like there's about 12 4-H members in the dairy show, and then it looks like there's about 5 in the mini 4-H. So,
well, very good. That's quite of a important for Decatur County, the increase in activity in that part of the 4-H.
Well, while we have a moment, Mr. Is it Mobley?
Mobley.
Mobley,
yeah.
sorry. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you do at the Holzbosch Dairy?
My name is Matt Mobley. Thank you for inviting me today. I am the Public Relations Director for the Holzbosch Family Dairy in Letts, Indiana. We are soon to be opening up, I say soon, it'll be next spring, a new facility in Milroy, Indiana. I host and manage and schedule all the tours, or most all the tours, at the Holzbosch Dairy. The tours are free. Give me a call, 812-614-5288. I'll set you, your group, your family, whoever you wish, up on a tour at the dairy.
Sounds good.
So you had my introduction. You've
Yes.
had my introduction. How about everyone else?
You introduce yourself?
I'm Brian.
Hang on 1 second.
Always fantastic to see the next crop of 4-Hers that are coming up, to be able to show them the dairy project. And Decatur County has a lot to be proud of these young showmen as they come up. They did an extremely nice job today. They all knew the name of their calves. They all seem really happy, smiling, and there you go. So you guys do a nice big round of applause. So all our people showing.
Okay. My name is Brian Huber, and we farm near St. Paul, and we milked cows until about 3 years ago, and then the family started leaving the farm, and my wife and I are getting older, so we've had a little bit of interest in the dairy farm, basically about all my life. So the dairy show is kind of an interest to us, since we were a big part of that for quite a few years of my life.
And my name is Kylie Olson. I'm Brian Huber's daughter, so we milked cows for up until we sold them, and I was a veterinary technician for 12 years down in Lawrenceburg. And about 5 years ago, I had my first child, and so I've been a stay-at-home mom ever since.
For many 4-H were donated by the Fuel family.
It looks like the first class is the junior spring calf class, Holstein with Emma Nobby, with Penelope.
This would be Emma Nobby, still in Penelope.
Today our judge is Doug Wicker. He's from the Rushville area. He's also had a long background in the dairy business, also with his dad JD milking cows, him and his wife Beck. And then Doug is one of the sons, and he's judging. He works there on the farm, but he also works for a AI semen company. I think North Star is who he's working for now, has for 2 or 3 years now. So he's very involved in the dairy industry. And if I remember right, Kylie, I think a few years ago at the State Fair, he was the champion in the showmanship up there at one time. And then I know they still have cows showing different places. I know they have some cows in southern Indiana at another farm that houses them for them. But they're very, very involved in cows, know genetics very well.
Well, I walk through the barn, and I would hate to have to pick out the class of cows that the judges have to deal with.
It's a tough job.
It is a tough job.
Yeah.
And I don't think, has he ever been a judge here before? I don't ever remember him. This might be his first time judging here at our fair.
Yeah, I think so. I think he said he'd been judging for about 6 years, but he's been on judging teams, of course.
Okay.
But I think this is his first time here at Decatur County.
Class on deck will be the fall senior camp. Holsteins, Reed Whipple, and Pauling, and there's
Now, I know one thing that stands out with members that are showing dairy is they always wear white. Do you know what the standing is behind that as to why they are required to? I mean, maybe they're not required, but they do that. Is it just to kind of blend in with the animal?
Is it not to reflect the milk in which the cow produces?
I'm not sure.
I don't either.
The calf is extremely growth for age, really like the dairy, same dairy all the way throughout. That's why I said we stand a little competition down the road. Congratulations to this young lady.
I don't know. I always thought it was kind of related to cleanliness, because in the dairy industry, as dairy farmers, you're handling the raw product. It doesn't have a peeling on it. It doesn't have a shelf. It's just a raw product, and we work so hard to keep clean milk, antibiotic-free milk, that type of thing. And so I always just kind of related to white was the cleanliness part of it.
Well, the housekeeping practices of most dairies are
Yes.
usually one of the highest priorities next to animal or cow care, because again, it is a raw product,
Yes.
and we are charged with its production and its cleanliness.
Yes, yeah.
This class is the fall senior class, winter class calf Holstein. Reed Whipple is showing Molly, and Claire Schutte is showing Elsa.
So they normally break the classes down in about every 3 months. You've normally got a December, January, February. You've got a March, April, May, then a June, July, August, and a September, October, November.
We're talking births.
Birth rate, yeah, birth.
Yes.
The days of the birth, yeah, and they don't have to be born that year. They can be 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. But as far as heifers are concerned, the classes are broke down in every 3 months. Now, when you get into the cows, then you start getting into the years. Then 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5 years, etc. There, that part of it. But that's kind of what we're showing now. And normally, your dominant classes are your March calves and your September calves. That's usually, if you go to fairs or state fair or the Dairy Expo, you'll see those are sometimes your larger classes. And I don't know the breeds here today. We've got Holstein. I see a milking Shorthorn and Jersey.
I saw some jerseys, I thought.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them back there. I think that's the 3 breeds this year. There are other breeds that's represented in the dairy industry. You have your Ayrshire, your Guernsey, and your Brown Swiss.
Well, I looked that up because, I've always thought there's just been five breeds. But when I looked it up, the United States actually recognizes 7 now. And the other 2 that they recognize are milking Shorthorn and red and white Holstein.
Red and white, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I was just going to interject. We have a handful of red and whites at the Holzbosch Dairy.
Okay, yeah.
Really?
Of course, I tell the tour takers that's how we get our strawberry milk.
Okay.
Those are my favorite. I am partial to red and white Holsteins.
Yeah, yep. And my other daughter and myself sometimes lead towards the Jersey just a little bit, but they don't fit in with the Holsteins very well because you're just the size of them. Your Holstein and your Brown Swiss and maybe the Ayrshire, they're made for more milk production.
Drinkable milk production.
Exactly right. Where your Jersey has got the higher butterfat or cream content to it. And there's a blend there. So some farms work really well with Jerseys and some really well with Holsteins, but it's kind of hard to keep them both in the same herd and treat them the same. Yeah.
But they do complement each other.
Oh, definitely. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Last year, in helping host this show, I was impressed with the judge, as I am with the current judge here today. He's taking time. He's explaining to the kids A, B, and C. Of course, we're not privileged to hear it, but he looks like he's very well in tutoring the kids and what they should be doing.
Then we're starting out today. She excels in balance all the way throughout over our second place heifer. She's a little bit fuller in her crops today. She's more chiseled through that shine. But she just holds that top line one a little bit more today, and also back through the hooks and pins, being more near level, preferring the thorough placement on our first place heifer over our second. Nothing to take away. I will grant that second place heifer. She's long from end to end, extremely big. Like I said, just like to change that, and also change the way she tracks out those rear legs to go any higher. But 2 extremely really nice heifers. So let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for their winner calves.
Winner of that class.
Winner of that class Next class will be fall senior calf milking shorthorn. Caroline Shooty will be showing Anna.
So if you didn't hear that, the winner of that class was Claire Schutte.
Holstein calf.
The next class coming in here is your fall senior calf. It's milking shorthorn, and it's shown by Caroline Schutte, and the name is Anna.
Are these classes set up, pardon my ignorance to the 4-H, are these classes set up so that this calf that just won can come back next year and watch a progression of that
I think you can.
calf?
Caroline.
Yes, the way that I understood the rules, heifers can keep showing.
Please make a note.
The way it used to be was once a milk cow was grand champion over the barn, then that cow could never come back. But anything other than that could always could repeat. Of course, a heifer's only going to be here 2 times normally, and they should have already had their calf by then, of course.
Yeah.
Or that was our goal anyway. And probably over 2 years, then you'd be showing in a cow class without an udder. That's a big disadvantage there.
Yeah. I lived in southern Indiana for several years, and 2 of the biggest shows that brought the most excitement and the most people were this year's heifer and then the cow calf.
Okay.
It was exciting for them to see if the heifer graduated into the cow calf class and came back. And I always thought that was neat that you could follow that calf's life through 4-H for several years.
Yeah.
Another single entry here in our winter calf milking shorthorn class. The heifer has an extreme amount of style all the way throughout. She's really very clean, angular, all the way through that head and neck, all the way back throughout. However, they can stand some competition down the road. Congratulations to this young lady.
Next up is the senior calf, fall calf Holstein, and
Senior
it's
calf Holstein
Hannah Fuel with Lulu.
On deck will be our senior calf Cherokee class. Mason Bagel with Tiffany, Brody Bagel with Coella, and Preston Mold with Amber.
It looks like this year we've only got 1 first-year member here too, and that's Claire Schutte. Looks like the rest of them have been here before. And this year there's no 10-year members here either. That's
There's not. I was looking up the other day if anybody's interested in going to the state fair. That runs August the 1st to the 17th. And I think the 4-H Dairy Show this year there is on August the 10th, which is on a Sunday. I believe the open class is on the 12th. And the dairy bar always comes up with a new milkshake and grilled cheese every year. And this year there, the milkshake is key lime pie. And then I think the grilled cheese it's on Texas toast, and it's Gouda with sharp cheddar and some type of barbecue sauce in it. So if you're interested in trying something like that, that's the place to go.
they've used to talk about, state fair food can get a little expensive, but they've always acted like the dairy bars usually, for what you get, is probably one of the best values up there compared to a lot of the other food tents that are up there. But normally the dairy bar is about the best value you get. The state fair is there, but they are closed on Mondays too, so you got to keep that in mind. They've done that now for 2 or 3 years. I think one time they even tried closing Monday and Tuesday and then letting it go 4 weekends. But now this year it's just going to be 3 weekends, but they're going to be closed on the first 2 Mondays.
We were speaking of the judge. Even if there's a single animal or 2 animals in the class, he still takes the time
Yes.
to critique that animal, to have his conversation with the animal handler.
Yeah.
You think his job is easy, but it's not.
No.
He has to play this role in every animal that comes into the arena, whether it's 1 in the class or 20.
Right. Well, too, I think some of that also is if he tells them something that they could critique when they all have to come back in and show for the champion, maybe they can alter that a little bit more.
Yes, he's
Just another single entry, but I really extremely admire. She's balanced all the way throughout. Really, once you get right behind her, you love the way through the hooks and through the pins there. For a heifer this age, that cow is going to really age out, and I think could be an extremely good cow someday as well. So I think we could stand some competition down the road. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause for her winning calf.
Thank you.
Next class is our senior calf jerseys. Casey Bader with Tiffany, Brody Bader with Cruella, and Tessie Moore with Amber. Around that class, summer junior yearling heifers Holstein, the Evan Pike with Molly, Oliver Hamilton with Maggie, and Hannah Fuel showing the other Maggie.
I've always thought for a judge, maybe a single calf is probably harder to judge than getting a group in there where he can evaluate more than one animal and not get where a single animal you can get pretty picky real quick with them, and just try to give reasons for it, where you get, like right now we got 3 in a class. He's going to have something to work with now where he can maybe, if there's a fault in one, then he can go back and look in the second or third one and see if that part's better than the first calf. So I think at times you may say it'd be a little more complicated when you get a group of them in there, but I think he can work a little better with a group than by singles.
And I'll pass it over to my second runner-up. Hi, I'm Cecilia Barber, and I'm the
We're all amateurs at this broadcasting type thing, so we may get things kind of out of order and not in place, but the superintendent this year is Dan Nobby and his wife Mary. They've been superintendent of this dairy project for quite a few years. It takes a little bit of work trying to get things organized, and if you've got to deal with issues, that sometimes isn't very easy to do when you got to deal with issues that may have to send a calf home or something like that.
And just like every year, even if we hold this fair in the middle of October, it's always 95 degrees.
Yes.
Our kids show, well, everyone but Kylie. Kylie never did show dairy, but the other 3 did, and at times I don't miss a whole lot of that now. When you come up that blacktop ramp over here and the wash racks and the fans blowing and it's so hot, and then when we got done, sometimes you get done for the show, it'd be 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so hot, and you had to go home and milk cows again. Those were hot days, but hey, that's part of July. You know, if you want to milk and cooler climate, we should have went to Michigan or Wisconsin. That's where my wife is from Michigan. They milk cows up there, and it was just a little better up there. But I'm sure the winters it kind of turns around the other way, though.
Oddly enough, the Holzbosch family came here in 2005, and one of the reasons they're in southern Indiana is because Mary, the mother, was not real fond of the cold weather in Wisconsin and Michigan.
Yes.
She wanted to enjoy some summer.
Yeah.
So she convinced them to move a little to the south.
Yeah.
Plus, the demand for milk in the south is greater with less and less
Yeah.
dairies.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, with the dairy production, the farther south you go, the less cows you get.
Right.
Cows just cannot handle heat.
the Holstein's favorite temperature is between 25 and 65.
Yep.
And we hit that about 3.5 months out of the year.
Yep. So like Matt was saying, the big demand for fluid milk is south. So there's a lot of transportation that's involved in getting it south. So the farther south you can get, Michigan and Wisconsin got a little bit more transportation costs to get milk farther south. So the farther south you can go and still be efficient with keeping cows cool, it's better. But the farther south you go, the less cows you get. And still the number one state in milk production is still California yet.
Yeah.
And you would think, boy, that's not a state for it. You always think of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, but no, California's still your place. And you got a lot of population there. You got a lot of people there consuming milk too. And getting milk from here
to California,
yes, is very tough. So that's the reason you still see cows there. You see quite a few in Texas and that type of places too. But no, cows do not like humidity. They do not like heat. And feed consumption goes down. Of course, when feed consumption goes down, then milk production follows it right with it. So yeah. Matt, do you know much about their cows down there? Like, what's the average? And you don't have to go into what Dominique's and their son's production is, but on the average, what's milk production doing now with these newer farms? What's feed consumption?
Our cows average somewhere around 100 to 120 pounds of feed, TMR. Total mixed ration.
That's wet basis then?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And we have 7 of these different rations that we feed throughout the entire facility. The milk production is pushing around 10 gallons a day.
So that could be, I don't know what milk is, 9 pounds a gallon or something like that. So you
8.6.
8.6, yeah. So. They used to back, quite a few years ago now. I know genetics have gotten a lot better now. Facilities got a lot better where they can handle heat a lot better now. But used to, you'd say for every pound of feed, you could get 2 pounds of milk. And that's on a wet basis. Now you dry that down. So if you dry that 100.
Angularity all the way throughout. Really comes the first over second. It comes in that drop in depth for a rear rib today to go over a really nice stylish brown darker jersey here in second. Second over third when it comes to me, I just prefer that rump structure just a bit more. She's a little more roll from hooks to pins, but just like the style and how she handled herself on her rear legs today to go over an extremely growthy heifer here in third. Nothing to take away from this heifer in third. Like I told the young men, keep her coming for next year. She could be a really good yearling cow as well. Just like to clean it up a little bit all the way throughout and change the way she tracks. So 3 really nice heifers through our fall class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for his calves.
Winner of that class was Amber, shown by Tessa Moeller. Our next class will be our summer junior yearling
Holstein heifers. Evan Pikes on Raleigh.
Oliver Hamilton showing Maggie, and Hannah Peel showing her Maggie. On deck we will have the summer junior yearling Jersey heifers. Jason Bagel with Piper and Brody Bagel with Among Us.
So the way the show will go today, they will show all the heifers, and then they will have a grand champion and a reserve heifer, and then they will go into the milk cow class. And then at the end of the milking cow classes, they will have a grand and a reserve there, and then they will have a granary reserve over the barn. And sometimes they'll bring the heifer back in, that placed in the heifer class, and sometimes the judge just wants to stay with the milk cows only because they're showing him what they're made of, where the heifer, you don't know what she's going to look like after she freshens out. So Matt, back to the feed. I know we could become overpowering here on the radio, but they used to think about every pound of feed, 2 pounds of milk. So if you had 100 pounds of feed and you shrunk that down, it'd be about 50 pounds of dry matter. So times 2 would be about 100 pounds of milk. So yeah, that's still kind of a general rule of thumb that they use that they used to use now. And I know, like I said, genetics are getting a little better, and housing and that type of thing. And milking 3 times a day definitely helps that. Maybe pull that just a little bit different into there, but. So that's what you're trying to do with the dairy cows: keep her as comfortable as you can, and to get another get her another mouthful of feed down into her. Not overpowering her, but just keeping her comfortable so that she wants to eat. Yeah.
Our big thing is trying, even with the wild card of Mother Nature that she is trying to keep a consistent environment for our cows across the board.
Yeah.
Whether it be in the freestall barns or in the parlors or what have you.
Because there's always 3 things you wanted a cow to do, and that you wanted her in the milking parlor, you wanted her eating, and you wanted her laying down. That's the 3 things you want a cow to do.
They produce more milk in the laying down position than in any other position.
And that's because of the blood flow, right?
Right.
The udder to the stomach and moving things there that way. So yeah.
And we have discovered through science and research that the Holstein likes her shoulders elevated above her hips.
Yes.
So our sand beds are designed with a lift at the shoulder to maintain that posture, laying posture for them anytime they're laying down.
Yeah. And then not only from that aspect too, but sometimes if you got a maternity class that's been calving, you always kind of want that slope there too, where you get that gravity flow of if things were happening after calving that they needed to kind of get some things flushed out. That was always a help there too, to let gravity work for you there.
All of our freestall beds, even in our nursery barns, are designed to elevate the shoulder above the hips.
What type of cooling techniques do you guys use at the dairy?
We have, our barns are 120 feet wide, 1,000 feet long, and 32 feet to the top. These are just rough figures.
Yeah.
But it creates a draft throughout the barn. If you're standing in the middle of it or walking through it, you feel it. And then at temperatures rise above 65 degrees, there is a fleet of fans directly placed over the top of the cow that come on. And at 70 degrees, we have a misting system that operates periodically throughout the day, wetting the cows that choose to be wet, and it helps keep them cool. And our parlor is saturated with fans and open air that is always being blown across and through the cattle.
Few facts actually today on the dairy industry as a whole. If you like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, you would have to eat 600 of them in a day to equal what a cow eats.
So the Holzbach dairy, how many cows do they have? Is it 7,000 is what I've heard?
We have 8,000 cows on site, milking 6,500 every day.
Okay.
The others are drying up cows, for whatever reason, maybe in a medical ward, things of that nature, heifers.
So you have all your heifers, calves, and everything all in one spot, or do you
Yes.
have different locations?
No, we calf everything there.
Okay.
Genetic calves that we intend to be returned cows, we house on site for roughly 90 days, ship them to a location in Kansas that has a great growing environment. They grow the calf for us, returning that calf 2 years old, 7 months pregnant.
Last 2 really nice heifers. Who we're going to start with today? She comes in the top. that dariness, that cleanliness, angularity all the way throughout. She's more chiseled over that shine, sharp over her withers, including over her hooks and pins today than the heifer coming out in second. Heifer in second, like I said, I will grant that she tracks out a little bit more square on her rear legs today, and is a little bit longer from end to end. But this would like to clean her up all the way throughout to go any higher. When it comes to that second, nothing to the third, it's just that size, scale, overall tall, more upstanding heifer in second. A little bit has more drop and depth of her rear today, openness of rib. To go over a really wide heifer coming out here in third. You love this width and strength, just like to clean it up a little bit more to move any higher. So 3 really nice heifers here in our semi-yearling class. Congratulations.
Okay, the winner of that class was Molly, shown by Evan Pike. Our next class will be some summer junior yearling Jersey heifers. Casey Badel showing Piper, Brody Badel showing Armungus. On deck, our summer junior yearling milking shorthorn heifers. Wade Schutte showing Dorothy and Reed Whipple with Sally.
Well, as you've seen in that class there, actually the smaller animal won the class. He just seen some dairy features in them. In her, that was a little better, even though so size right there didn't play as big of a role as the quality of the animal itself. The way the dairy shows is normally you always walk backward with the animal, and you always keep the animal between you and the judge. And where I think beef cattle, I think they walk in a different position there. But with dairy, you always walk backwards and watch him judge. That way.
This year in Dairy Project, we have 12 members, 8 different families, and we have a total of 32 animals shown here today. 30 to 32 is where we've been the last few years, so I really appreciate everybody bringing those animals, and that number makes for a good show. Some of the fairs you go to, there's not very many. It's a very short show. So really appreciate everyone effort in bringing the cattle out here to show to the fair.
There's also different positions you also want to place their legs, right? Versus a heifer versus a cow. Because there's different features of a cow you want to show off more so than with a heifer, am I correct?
Yeah. The heifers, normally, when the judge tells you to stop, you want all 4 feet squared. You want the back 2 across from each other, and you want the front 2 across. Now, in the dairy, as we'll see as we get closer there, you always want to, wherever the judge is, whatever side of the cow the judge is on, you want the back foot. Now, if you're watching there, you try to get those squared up. But with the milk cow, whichever side the judge is on, you try to get that back leg in the center of the udder. That way he can see the front support of the udder and the back support of the other udder. And then when he moves sides, then you try to get that back leg switched the other way so he can tell that. Because on a dairy cow, which we will see here later on, udder support is tremendous in milking cows. You don't want the udder to be low hanging and things displaced there. You want a nice tight udder there, but you'll see that more when we get into the dairy cow class.
So it's very important to watch where the judge is at so you can place your cow.
Yeah.
So if that judge just happened to glance up and see her, she's all ready for him to look at.
Yeah. Plus, that's the reason you're always walking backwards with the cow. You can always watch the cow to see if it's doing what you want that cow to do. And if you notice some of these heifers here, you're saying, boy, they aren't feeding them right. That's the way you want a dairy heifer or a dairy cow too. You want the right conditioning to them. You can go too far the other way too, but you don't want fat heifers. It just causes a lot more fat in the mammary area, and then it also is a little harder calving in that area too. And then milk cows, they're working hard for you. They're out there today on a 90-degree day, but as Matt said, their barns are a lot cooler than that. But those cows are working every day. They're going through that milking parlor 3 times a day. They're eating 100 pounds to 120 pounds of feed. and then they're carrying around and unloading 80 to 100 pounds of milk a day. They're probably one of the hardest working animals on a farm.
I had just checked into our daily production. I happened to see a Holzbosch family member in the audience, and he said we're currently milking at roughly 89 pounds per cow per day.
In the heat.
Even with the heat
Yes,
stress
yeah.
as it is, that's still above, I believe, the state average.
Yeah.
So we're not doing any one thing any better than anybody else. We do a series of things that collectively help push us to these limits or these high volumes.
Right. Another thing with this heat is keeping the milk cool till it gets to the production facility. How long does it take from when you milk the cow to get it to the processing facility?
Excuse me. Our milk is what we call direct ship. We milk. It goes through a small reservoir. We run it through a chiller. It's usually chilling it down to 35, 36 degrees, usually around 200 to 80 to 90 pounds per minute. It gets directly fed into a heavily insulated trailer from Shooter Trucking, and then it finds its way to Winchester, Kentucky for processing at a plant that primarily delivers to Kroger stores from 70 across Indiana south.
Okay.
The processing manager has given us the confidence that we can say our milk is from the cow to the shelf within 48 hours.
Wow.
Because our processor happens to be so close to us in Winchester. As your dad was saying, there's some that travel deep into Tennessee and even Georgia to deliver milk. Well, we just happen to have a lot of things falling in our favor.
The country that produces the most milk is India. The U.S. is second in production. Our states go to California is the largest milk producer in the U.S., followed by Wisconsin.
And Matt, does all that milk in Winchester, is it all, we used to always call it bottled milk.
Yes, it is. It's all
fluid,
drinkable milk.
It's all fluid milk, yeah. There's no cheese or butter production there. Yeah.
Occasionally we have milk that fits within that. It will go elsewhere, but our primary shipping location is Winchester.
And to the consumer, which we're kind of driven by the consumer. The livestock industry is driven by the consumer, and so the qualities have to be there. There's so many things with the cell count, the PI counts, freeze points, all that type of thing goes into that. And so the consumer can really rely on that when they get the milk at home. It is quality milk. I mean, it's something it's been tested for antibiotics before it's ever unloaded off the truck whatsoever. If that's positive, then that leaves that facility completely.
We test for antibiotics previous to loading on the truck.
Yes, yeah.
And we try to do our best to keep that from even entering into the stream.
Yes.
And that's important that these dairy farms are held to a higher standard. And when you are seeking and looking for information on the internet, you need to be careful about the sources in which you get your information from. We have a lot of people that want to inquire about buying whole milk right off the cow, none of which is a recommended event to take place. You should never really do that. So you have to be very careful about where you get your information from. Make sure that it's good, honest, genuine information, because in my opinion, and most doctors and most farmers, the consuming of whole milk straight out of the cow or straight out of your milking facility is usually not the best choice.
That's correct, yeah. Yep.
And the only thing they do is pasteurize it, which removes anything that human may have injected into it.
Correct.
But pasteurization will not take care of antibiotics in there.
No, it will
does not do that. So don't think that we can put antibiotics in it and then pasteurize it and it's all done. No, that antibiotic is in there. And there's strict guidelines. Veterinarians, whenever you get medicine from them, they have to have labels on just about every box or bottle that you get. And really, as a dairy farmer, that's the way you want it to be, because if you go by those guidelines, that's not only helping and reassuring the consumer, that's also helping your bottom line at the farm too. Taking care of those cows the right way.
She does so in that width and that strength overall, depth of forward and rear rib today. To go over our heifer in a second. We'll grant this heifer in a second. She is dairy. She's clean, angular all the way throughout. But again, just like to have a little more depth of rib today. And also like to have her track out a little more square on the rear legs to go over the heifer in first. So two really nice heifers here in our semi-yearling milking shorthorn class.
Winner of that class was Sally, shown by Reed Whipple. Next up is our junior yearling heifer class, Holstein. Emma Nobby is showing Pepper. On deck will be our intermediate yearling Holstein heifer class. Glendon Cunnington with Charlotte and Oliver Hamilton with Nosy.
Building and maintaining consumer confidence in our food chain, regardless of the food, whether it be a steak, a potato, or milk, is highly important and key. And though we don't live in a perfect world, but I would much rather consume a steak with a glass of milk here than most any other country in the world.
That's correct.
Because our FDA and our food service security is in place. And we are overzealous in the protection of our consumers, which is good.
Yes.
I would rather be on that end of the spectrum, as opposed to being reactive.
Yeah, you never like to chase the problem. You always kind of want to take care of the problem before it happens.
And I think that's one of the things that this family, the Holzboss family, does, is we begin our research from the moment of birth or conception. Not from the lack of production or that part. We are researching that animal from the time it hits the ground up. If you give that animal in every genre, whether it be a pig, a goat, a sheep, cow, generally if you give that animal its best life, it will reward you with what Mother Nature has intended for that animal to do, whether it be produce meat, milk, what have you. And we embrace and try to enhance that within our cows. Because there's no better caretaker than Mother Nature if you give Mother Nature the opportunity.
Right,
Yes.
And with any type of livestock, or especially dairy cows, when you're working with them so much more. You're with the animals, milking 2 or 3 times a day. You're with that animal a lot more than maybe some of the other ones. But I don't want to call it factory, but really the cows are what supports you. So you've got to take care of them so they'll support you.
One nice effort here in the whole spring yearling class. Hopefully, like I said, can stand a little competition. What an extremely balanced effort all the way throughout. She blends all the way harmoniously, especially through her crops there and all the way back through her hooks and her pins. It was a nice drop for rear and openness of rib today, like I said. So congratulations to this young lady on her first place.
Thank you, Emma. Next is our intermediate yearling Holstein heifers. Glendon Cunnington showing Charlotte, and Oliver Hamilton showing Nosy. That will be followed by our last junior class of the day. That will be our senior yearling Jersey heifer, Annie, shown by Chase Muller.
I raise beef cattle. I have 50, 55 head of beef cattle, and I have favorite cows. And I'm sure in your time that you saw Bessie come into the parlor, you give her an extra pad, or so. Yes, caretaking of the animal is very, very important, and they get to trust you as you trust them.
Yeah.
I've got a couple cows that will walk right up to me because they want to get scratched.
Yeah.
And I like that.
Yeah, cows can sometimes be like people.
Yes, have a personality.
Yeah, yes, they do. And some of them you just don't really want to be around them, and they don't want to be around you. I've always likened the heifer classes here. I've always kind of likened them to teenagers. They're just a little more mischief,
Yes.
And they're just a little bit. They can get in a little bit more trouble than And I've kind of always likened them to that. Where you get into the cow class, they're working harder. They're kind of like you and I. It's a hot day. We're just not going to horse around as much. We're going to get done what has to be done. And so no, you can. It's kind of, I wouldn't call it a family, but you're just there with them so much. And I know we've talked about antibiotics, and that is something that we don't overuse, but we have to realize too that animals do get sick. They don't feel good, just kind of like people do, and sometimes that's one of your best alternatives to do is that. Now, I know there's some organic farms that have to do some different things. They have different guidelines, but on the commercial side of it, there's just times we have to treat animals to keep them feeling good and keep them from getting any sicker. But it's not something that you want to overuse. You just got to use it like it needs to be.
We have attached to every single cow on our property a ruminous tag.
Yes.
And that monitors basically the movement of the cow's head, which reflects the healthy digestion of a cow. So if you monitor a healthy cow's movements for, say, 20 days and create a baseline on her daily movement, that's exactly what this tag does. Anything that outside of the parameter of that baseline, notified within an hour or two of that anomaly, that tag alerts the barn manager, this cow is not acting right. She's not moving, she's not drinking, she's not eating. That tag is so sensitive that it alerted us to the cow when she was limping. So we now give our cows pedicures twice a year and reduce that red flag warning substantially. But what it does do is gives us a heads up of any physical issue or health issue long before it would present that to our eyes, especially with 8,000 cows, and maybe even with 30 or 100. It notifies you quicker. So not only are we more proactive, but it has reduced our medical use, antibiotic use down, because now we can treat things with physical actions or a feed additive or something of that nature.
Right. So with that many cows, is that someone's daily job?
The computers.
The computers, but does somebody have to go out? Let's say you have a cow that's outside of those parameters.
Yes, we can isolate that cow. Okay. Usually, we have division gates coming out of our parlor, and a reader on these gates. And if that reader detects that that cow has an issue, whatever that issue is, whether it's computer generated or man generated, she needs vaccines, she needs bread, or this tag has read, it will automatically open a gate and put her into a pen by herself. And then that barn manager will research that cow by number, see what she needs, any issues that she may be having up to that moment in time, and address it immediately.
That's nice how technology is working with you
Yes.
to help keep that cow healthy for you.
It has allowed us to...
Look at us here, yearly serum, a whole semen yearly class. But the heifer I'm going to lead out with today, she does so on that cleanliness, angularity, especially over her hooks, and then also prefer the way she has a little more drop to her rear rib today. Coming across this big black heifer, very balanced heifer coming out in second. Again, I do prefer the way the second place heifer holds her top line and a little bit more smoother over her hooks and pins. We just doesn't quite have that cleanliness all the way throughout, and also that rib to go over play the heifer in second. So we'll have them first. So two really nice heifers. Let's give these young men a nice round of applause for their Holstein videos.
That class was Charlotte, shown by Glendon Cunnington. The last regular class here will be our senior yearling Jersey heifer. Chase Moeller will be showing Annie. For our breed champions, we'll be starting with the Holsteins. Get those ready in the order of age. Deanna Nobby with Penelope.
So on a dairy of that size, with you said 8,000, you strictly use AI in your cows,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes, we artificially inseminate 100% of our cows, this is exciting. Technology has allowed us to sex the semen used in our livestock. So if we want to breed if we need return cows from 25% of our herd, we can target breed 25.2% of our herd with semen that is sexed, ensuring that that impregnated animal will have a female animal at birth, therefore allowing us to better manage the non-targeted, non-genetic calves. Although the cow needs to be bred for her milk production, we breed them against an unsexed Angus bull. And that calf's life is intended to produce for the meat market. Current numbers say that the dairy industry is placing 20% of the beef on the retail shelf today, simply through our targeted breeding practices. Now, I say traditionally, and it wasn't that long ago, especially with a small herd back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, even the 70s, you bred your Holstein bull across the board, and those you didn't keep, you threw on the meat market, and that calf always struggled. It's not a beef calf.
Yeah.
But today we can inject 50% beef right into that calf, giving that buyer, producer, a better quality of product to raise, and the retail buyer a better quality of beef to consume.
Yeah, Matt, that sex semen, that changed the industry as far as, like you said, back in the 70s and 80s, he was always trying to find a group of Springer heifers. It just was because on the average, 50-50 bulls and 50% heifers. So you never had enough to replace your own herd.
The cow is extremely admired, especially through the front end. She blends extremely well all the way throughout there. Like I said, the young man said she's due in about a month, so excited to see her calf in and be able to bring her back here to the show next year. So let's give this young man a nice round of applause for his fall yearling jersey.
Young farmers need to focus on building strong connections to their community, sharing their deep love of land and place, and helping people understand the value and importance of farming done well. The Hulsbosch Dairy family celebrates our 4-H youth, congratulates them for their hard work and dedication, and encourages a continued interest in agriculture for their future. Greensburg Power of the Past, presenting sponsor of Live at 5 on WTRE at the Decatur County Fair. Mark your calendars for this year's Greensburg Power of the Past show, August 13th through the 17th. The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com.
Yearling heifer, Annie. Type of milk sold in the U.S., your top seller is your whole milk, your vitamin D whole milk, followed by 2%. My preference is right out of the cow. Got one at home yet that we milk every day for our family use. If you like spicy foods and you can't get that hot flavor out of your mouth, milk is the best thing for that because it washes your taste buds. Washes that off your taste buds. Works much better than water. So remember that if you like spicy food.
So Kyla and Matt right now, they are judging for the Grand Champion heifer. And in terms of a heifer, is she has not calved yet. There may be 2 or 3 of them out here that's got calves in them, but they have not calved yet. But so they're going for the Grand Champion heifer right now.
Well, this is the Holstein. They're going for the champion Holstein, right? And then
Oh, that's right.
Jersey.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
It'll be the winner out of the Holstein group, and then they'll do the Jersey, the Milking Shorthorn, and then they'll take the winners of those 3 classes, and then do the.
Yeah, I need to be correct on that. I wasn't seeing that. I'm kind of used to when the show was always a little smaller. They didn't quite do this, but
it's great they've got this many kids out here.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I like seeing reasons to increase.
Yeah.
Those banners were donated by Mike and Martha Kunstler.
And it's nice because, I don't think the majority of these kids live on a dairy farm now. It's nice that there's other farms that are willing to work with them to say, hey, we'll let you show a cow or a calf and get experience with that.
Well, like the Fuel family, she's been in several of these already this morning, and they don't have a dairy farm.
Right.
They just love their dairy cow.
Matt, I think, is there only 2 dairies left in the county now? That'd be Dominique's and then Bill Winning with the jerseys.
Crosby, I don't know if
he's Shelby County, but he's close, yeah.
He's got he freshens out cows in Decatur County, I believe so.
Yeah. Now, there may be some independents that's selling some raw milk, something like that I'm not aware of, but maybe we shouldn't be saying this here, but I know Crosby has some cows in here that he lets the kids use, and I think Bill Winning also has some jerseys in here that they let the kids use, and that's a great opportunity because it's not like the beef, goat, sheep, hog project. You just don't go out and buy a dairy calf and then turn around after it's a year, showed 1 year, 2 years, and then sell it on the meat market. The dairies just doesn't do that, so it's nice that those farms can loan out calves for this purpose.
We try to help on the youth end. We open up our doors to the all your 4-H, your district 4-H is for shows, dairy shows, and things of that nature, and because there's getting less and less opportunity for them to experience that.
Right. And another thing too, I know that here again we're jumping around, but I think this Tuesday night there are going to be the 4-H dairy members here are going to be selling milkshakes.
Yes.
And I think that's Dominic and that family has donated about all the supplies for that. Is that correct,
Yes,
Matt?
we do that on an annual basis.
Yeah. So the Tuesday night here, I don't know the exact times, but kind of east of the, I'm going to call it the Chicken and Rabbit Barn, west of there. They're going to be having milkshakes that night there. So.
And I think all the proceeds go back into the dairy.
They go back. They're split among the dairy members that work that night.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's start out with a big round of applause to our Wholesale Junior exhibitors today. A really nice show, set of quality heifers that everyone brought out. And as they come out here for our champion, I pulled out 3 heifers that I really admired all the way through our class. We start out with our spring calf. The calf that we said we really love the size and the scale and the growth of this heifer all the way. And then going on to our fall calf, the calf that really puts it together. She's extremely balanced all the way throughout, a lot of dairiness, cleanliness, angularity. And then our spring yearling, again, a lot of balance all the way throughout. You really love that depth of rib she has. Really doesn't show you a lot. Show you a lot of, doesn't give you a lot of bad looks, I should say, as she parades around the ring. So 3 really extremely nice heifers. I'll go out and select your junior champion, your reserve, and then your honorable mention in that order, and then come back and give you reasons why. But let's give them all a big round of applause before I do that. Look at me today with this fall calf came in the ring. She really blew me away with, again, her balance all the way throughout, her dairiness, cleanliness, angularity. It is that dairiness and also rib, and the way she handles on her rear legs to go over our reserve junior champion this spring yearling. Like I said, nothing to take away from her. An extremely balanced individual. And then it says that balance all the way throughout. I really love the way that she bends a little bit more smoothly behind her crops today than our spring calf. So 3 extremely nice heifers. Let's give all a big, nice round of applause for our junior champion selection here.
Okay, our Holstein junior breed champion goes to Lulu with her senior calf. Second place was Emma Nobby's Pepper, followed by Emma Nobby's Penelope. Honorable mention. Okay, that's it for the Holstein class. Next we'll do our Jersey class with Preston Muller with Amber, Brody Baywell with Amongus, and Chase Muller with Annie. Followed by that will be our Milky Shorthorn class.
Young farmers need to focus on building strong connections to their community, sharing their deep love of land and place, and helping people understand the value and importance of farming done well. The Hulse-Bosch Dairy family celebrates our 4-H youth, congratulates them for their hard work and dedication, and encourages a continued interest in agriculture for their future.
Do you believe in economic growth right here in Decatur County? Do you support the Cobia Solar Project and the millions in benefits it can bring? Do you believe in protecting property rights and creating new opportunities for our community? Then make your voice heard.
Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, secretary-treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
Let's start out with a big round of applause for our junior jersey exhibitors today. 3 heifers out here for our champion selection, and 3 that I really admire for all their qualities. Starting here with our fall calf. The calf is extremely balanced all the way throughout. You love the way she holds herself as she parades around the ring here today. Moving on to our semi-early, one of the extreme dairy individual. We love the openness of rib that this heifer has. And then our fall early, like I said, a calf that you really admire, especially the front end. We'd love to see how she continues to develop as she calves here out in that next month. So I'm extremely happy with what I have out here for our champion selection. I'll go out and select your junior, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. You can get them a nice round of applause, and I'll tell you what I did after. Really close placing as we come down to our champion. I'm going to go ahead and go with this as his fall calf. She just holds herself together a little bit more as she goes around. She's a little bit stronger through the line there. Nothing to take away from our reserve champion. Just like to see a little bit more whip, a little bit more flow today to be our champion. But I mean, like you said, it is that overall dariness, cleanliness, angularity to go over our fall roll. You just see Sue Kaplan. So again, 3 really nice individuals here for our junior champion jersey. Let's again give them one big nice round of applause.
our Jersey junior champion was Hamburg, shown by Tessa Moeller. Followed by Brody Bader with Amongus and Chase Miller with Annie. Now we have our Melky Shorthorn class. We have Caroline Sheedy with Anna and Reed Whipple with Sally.
Well, those are about as two different animals as you can get.
Yes. Bird champions in to show for overall and
Well-mannered.
overall reserve junior champion.
She really stands high on those legs, doesn't she?
She
Man,
does.
she's up in the air.
So Matt, with Holzbach Dairy, they're expanding. You want to kind of elaborate on that with their new facility in Milroy?
Yeah, we just broke ground about 2 months ago on the Milroy property. It will be a milking facility only. We will do some AIing up there, but we won't do any medical. We won't do any birthing, no nursery. Just a milking facility. It'll be a state-of-the-art milking facility, 6,500 cows with a 120 cow carousel. It'll be the largest dairy carousel in the state of Indiana when we get it up and running. We hope to have it running next spring about this time.
Okay.
So as cows need to dry up, we got 30 cows that need to dry up today in Milroy. We will bring 30 cows from Greensburg to Milroy, trade out those cows, bring them back to Greensburg. We don't want to split our medical needs and our nurseries and our maternity. We want to keep all of our talent in Greensburg doing that and bring the animal to them.
Wow.
How many cows will the carousel hold?
120.
120. Now, will that have automatic attachers and detachers?
It'll automatically detach. The only thing automated we're doing currently is putting on the iodine on the carousel. Everything else is done by hand. That interaction, I think, that human interaction, I think is advantageous to the cow. And it's advantageous for the employees.
Now, with a small herd like ours, yes, we were in contact with them. You know, it just happened that way for us. Yeah.
So you said you had a carousel.
Yes.
Bill Williams don't let his cows out. He don't listen to that.
Oh, really?
Bill Williams, he don't listen to his cows.
I didn't. I wasn't even sure of that.
Okay, let's start out with a big nice round of applause for our Milky Shorthorn exhibitors today. Not huge in numbers, but really nice quality that you brought out here to the county fair. Like I said, I'm really happy with the two heifers we have out here for our champion. Heifer I'm going to start, or heifer we talk about first is our, she's our big winner calf. The calf, she extremely admire her dariness, her cleanliness, angularity all the way throughout. Extremely stylish. And then we have our some yearling back here. Heifer that you really admire the width and the strength, especially back through the hooks and the pins, and a lot of depth of rib and size and scale for her age as well. So two extremely nice heifers. I'll go on and select your junior champion in reserve, and then come back and give you a few reasons why. again, two really nice individuals here. But for me today, this is this younger heifer, extremely dairy, stylish. Like I said, part for part. But when you start breaking them down a little bit, she stands a little more square on those front feet. Really prefer the way she tracks out. And also prefer away from her hooks or pins today to go for our reserve champion. Nothing to take away from our reserve champion, like I talked about. Two really nice individuals who are milking Shorthorn. Let's give them one nice big round of applause.
Our milking Shorthorn champion is Anna, shown by Caroline Shooting. You just stay in the ring, and we'll bring back in Hannah Fuels, Senior Holstein calf Lulu, and Tessa Muller's Jersey Senior calf Amber. Following this class, we will take a short intermission so we can get all the heifers back down to the barn and get the cows up here and get those ready to go.
So you were talking about having a carousel at the Milroy facility. What type of parlor do you have at the
Parallel parlors.
a parallel parlor?
We have two of them. One is 72, 36 on the side, and the other one is 120 with 60 on the side. And that
The winner today is the junior champion. They received a trophy and a banner. The trophy is sponsored by Floyd Worth, an ADS representative out of Batesville. And the banners were purchased through our milkshake sales that we have here every year through the Dairy Club. We have that every year on the day of Tom Swain. We'll be serving right outside the barn out here. So if you're here that day, be sure to stop in and get a milkshake or two and help support our 4-Hers.
At the Let's facility, we have 194 different milking stations in 2 different parlors. This 120 cow carousel offers more efficiencies than the 92 milking stations offer currently. It takes roughly 8 minutes for that carousel to make a circle, and in that time the cow is prepped, milked, conditioned, and removed. At our facility at Let's, it takes roughly 5 minutes to populate a side. So it's extremely efficient.
Let's give a big round of applause as we come to the conclusion of our heifer show. I'm really happy with the heifers we have out there for champion selection. I've talked about all of them. When it comes down to it, hopefully we've got a fall like the Darius coming this angle already. He'll actually have to get with some strength as well, and also some balance all the way throughout. We're going to have a nice clean set of feet and legs. I'd like to be able to put that whole package together as these heifers develop into hopefully great cows as they come into the milking herd from there. So 3 really nice high quality individuals all on the select in your overall and then your reserve, and then I'll mention and I'll come back and give you reasons why. But again, let's give a nice big round of applause before I do so. today, like I said, when this whole scene hit the ring, one that really put it all together for me. Like I said, we love the balance all the way throughout. We love the cleanliness, openness, the real angularity, walking on a really nice set of feet and legs. And it is that feet and legs, especially the way she tracks in those rear legs to go over our jersey, who will be our reserve today. Again, three really nice, high-quality individuals here for our overall junior champion selection. We have one nice big round of applause for your heifer show here today.
Junior champion today went to Lulu, shown by Hannah Fuel. Second place was Amber, shown by Tessa Muller. Honorable mention was Caroline Schutte with Anna. I have a short intermission here. About 5 minutes or so to get the calves back to the barn and bring the cows up. Have those ready to go. We'll have seven classes of cattle. And once we pick our champions there, then we'll move on to our showmanship contest.
Greensburg Power of the Past, presenting sponsor of Live at 5 on WTRE at the Decatur County Fair. Mark your calendars for this year's Greensburg Power of the Past show, August 13th through the 17th. Greensburg Power of the Past, presenting sponsor of Live at 5 on WTRE at the Decatur County Fair. Mark your calendars for this year's Greensburg Power of the Past show, August 13th through the 17th. The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and
Pavey
surgical veterinary
Stockyards,
care
a locally
as
owned and
necessary
operated
during his
business
or
for
her
over
lifetime.
70 years, is currently
Open
buying all
weekdays 8 to
classes of
5
livestock.
and Saturdays 8 to
Located
noon.
at 324
Jackman
West
Animal
McKee
Clinic is
Street in
located
Greensburg.
at 700
Pavey's
East Main
has a
Street
rich
in Milroy.
history in Decatur
Phone
County.
765
Pavey Stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, Secretary Treasurer Carol Narwald, and barn manager Larry Lawson conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
Test 1, 2, Bill. Thumbs up, thumbs down. What we doing? All right. Who's interfering with the horse show down there? Who's interfering with the horse show? This microphone is a little testy
Young
today.
farmers need to focus on building strong connections to their community, sharing their deep love of land and place, and helping people understand the value and importance of farming done well. The Hulsbosch Dairy family celebrates our 4-H youth, congratulates them for their hard work and dedication, and encourages a continued interest in agriculture for their future.
Hannah Fuel for their junior 2-year-old Holstein Marshmallow. Then we'll have a Jersey 2-year-old Brody Badel with Paula and Kateson Badel with Rhonda. Senior 2-year-old jerseys, Brody Badel with Bonnie, Kateson Badel with Autumn. 3-year-old Holstein cows, Hannah Fuel showing all three, Luna, Flower, and Susie. Followed by our 3-year-old Jersey cow, Kateson Badel has Penelope. 5-year-old and older cows, Holsteins, Hanafuels, Rona and Spot, and Emma Naba with Patricia. And our last class will be 5-year-old and older. That would be a Jersey cow shown by Tessamola named Ruby.
So the judge is over here.
Okay, we got our pictures taken over there with the junior champion. Junior champion. So you see our cows coming in the barn here in just a second or two.
There's one so far.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a few in the barn. First class will be starting with junior 2-year-olds. So if we get those lined up over there, we'll get Hanafuels Marshmallow, Holstein, got a Jersey, 2 jerseys shown by Badels. So if you get those ready to go, then we'll get started. So if everybody, if you're in the barn, up here, if you're in the barn up here, if you're within earshot, we'll be starting here in a few minutes. Stands are pretty empty yet. We're only a third of the way through the show, so if you're in the barn, come back and find your seat. Join us for our cow classes, and we'll pick our overall champions and then move on to showmanship this afternoon.
Are you he's gonna say a few words, right?
That on. Finish your thought.
I'm going to finish my thoughts on this microphone because the other one keeps cutting out. It's got plenty of battery, but keeps cutting out. So we're going to start our senior classes today with our junior 2-year-old Holsteins. Starting with Hannah Fuel with her Marshmallow, and then we'll move to the jerseys with Brody Badel and Casey Badel. And our judge today is going to introduce himself and just say a word or two, because he really don't want to say much about himself.
Strongly encourage to say a few words about myself. My name is Doug Wicker. Really appreciate the invitation to come out and judge your dairy show today. I live just up in Rush County near Milroy. Work for Central Star Cooperative as an area sales manager, and also work on our family farm there where we raise Holstein and Jersey heifers, and also got a few as well, about 60 head there. We also show across the state and also nationally as well. And we're also involved with the Rush Shore FFA. The dairy judging coach was on the Purdue dairy judging team way back in 2012. So graduated from there, a degree in ag econ. So yeah, just a little bit about myself. I'm really happy and pleased to be here. So thank you again for the invitation.
So now we've got done with the heifer classes, and now we've moved on to the cows. So this is Hannah Fuel's 2-year-old Holstein Marshmallow. Matt, do you do predominantly school field trips?
Yes, we do. I will tour anyone through the dairy, whether it be a single person, 30 members. We just did a Model A tour brought to us by the Larry and Carol Pumphrey family. And we had 30 cars out there and like 50 members of the club. And we host a tour for anybody. Tours are no cost. We feel like that's part of our stewardship as a large animal producer to try to educate the community on the curiosities that one may have about the dairy.
Do you mainly get local schools, or how far away do you get people that come?
I have done several tours from people from other nations.
Really?
Yeah. Because Indiana hosts the National FFA Convention during that week or two, we host tours from Oregon to Texas, from all over the United States. And that's pretty neat.
Yeah.
We hosted a tour of a group of FFA members from Illinois, and out of the 60 of them, only 3 had ever seen cattle in their lives. So a lot of times when we give tours, it's the first time the taker has ever experienced anything like that.
It's amazing when we're around it so much all of our lives, we forget that other people have never even.
What we consider common sense in a lot of places of the country is not at all.
The cow, as I said, she can calve anytime the young lady says she'd be a summer junior too. Why don't you really admire the width and the strength and the power all the way throughout, the extremely balanced individual. Other prospects look extremely nice, so excited to see her calve in and what she'll look like there milking. So congratulations to this young lady on her first place.
Thank you, Hannah. Next will be our Jersey Junior 2-year-old class. Brody Badel showing Paula, and Casey Badel showing Rhonda. On deck is our Jersey senior 2-year-olds, Brody Badel with Bonnie, and Casey Badel with Autumn.
I did not count the participants, and I'm not as intimately familiar with the family names as you guys might be. But my assumption here is most of these young youth out here are not raising dairy cattle. They are hand raising their own dairy cow. Is that correct? Is that a safe assumption?
I don't know, Matt. I'm a little confused with that. I think I must have misspoke. Someone's already came up and tried to correct us that I must have said that Bill Winning leased cows out. I didn't mean it that way. I think someone uses his cows. So I got to watch what I say here. So I don't know if
but
there's any...
my point is most of these kids are not families of raising. They don't have dairy farms at home.
I don't
like Hannah Fuel. We've heard her name mentioned quite a bit. She raises her own selected group of dairy calves to show. She doesn't have a milk production herd, and I'm assuming a lot of these don't.
I would say that.
That's the way I assume, like you too, Matt. But I don't want to get myself caught here. So
I'm impressed by the interest in a genre of cow that is not, and I'm sure when I do the beef show, I will be overwhelmed with that number. But this is just such an impressive number of dairy interested kids in a non-dairy county.
Yeah, you summed that up right. Yes, yeah, you summed that up right. Like we was talking about, there's only 2 dairy farms that we know that probably sell milk, grade A milk. Let's put it that
commercially.
way. Yes. But when we was showing years ago, there was a lot more dairy farm families that tonight, when they left this show ring, they was going to go home milk cows tonight.
Right.
I don't know how many of these kids here tonight are going to go home milk cows. I don't know that. And I don't want to. I probably need to know that next year.
There's a handful of these kids where their parents have shown, and when the age where their parents have shown, they were actively milking cows. So it's kind of been a generational thing where maybe it still piqued their interest to want to do something like this.
I know there's one family here.
2 nice jerseys here in our junior 2-year-old class. I'm going to start with today. It's going to be Jude Selson, that memory system. Nothing to take away from our second place. She's due here in about a month or 2. So we would like to see her fresh to be able to compare against our first place animal. But like you said, you really admire this cow for the face out of this memory system she has. We really like the forward vein all the way throughout. Extremely nice deep crease. Maybe have to tuck those rear teeth in just a little bit, but that's really getting picky on this really dairy angular cow. Like I said, nothing to take away from our second place. Give her calf day. We really love the frame, the openness and the depth of this, and strength of the way that this cow has. We just like to see her fresh today. Let me hire her. So 2 really nice cows. Let's give them a nice big round of applause here in our Jersey Junior 2-year-old class.
Winner of that class was Paula. Paula, shown by Brody Badel. Next class is our Jersey senior 2-year-olds. Brody Badel with Bonnie, Casey Badel with Autumn. On deck will be our senior 3-year-old Holsteins, all shown by Hannah Fuel. But I think she'll have somebody leading a couple of them for her. Leading 3 at a time would be a challenge. That would be Luna, Flower, and Susie.
These two, I'm assuming, they might be brothers. A little friendly competition.
Yeah.
Well, I'd hate to have that judge's job because I see two amazing hunks of beef out there, or dairy cows. I'd hate to have to critique and make a decision there.
Well, that's a hard thing too, as a dairy contestant, I'd say, going out into a herd of cows and having to pick one.
And then, yes, of course, and that animal, much like us, has an opportunity to change itself as it matures in your hands.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you picked out the greatest specimen in the world, and it doesn't develop into that greatest specimen in the world.
Yes.
And you have to show around those failures or flaws to create competition. What I do like is these guys aren't painting hooves and putting all the hairspray and the powder and the chalk and the caulk and the Band-Aids and this and that and the other on their animals before. It's more of what the animal is in a realistic life environment. Yes. And I've always appreciated that. Now, these guys that fluff and buff their cows, I understand and appreciate that as well. But if I'm going to judge on something, I want it to be a realistic judgment.
Right.
You know, what's the old saying? You can put lipstick on a pig, but you still got a pig.
Other than washing up and maybe clipping the hair a little bit, that's the cow right there.
Yeah.
Like you said, there's no fluffing of the hair like some other species do. She is who she is right there. She came out of the milking parlor this morning, and she's going to go back there again tonight. And work really hard for you. And, I mean, just about as nature-wise as you can get right there. That's the way she is. That's the way she's going to be tomorrow, too.
Now, in this animal, because they don't have the hair like some of the beef cows have, it's easier to see these definitions in the body and the structure and the condition. And if you have those flaws in a beef cow, you can cover some of that up or disguise or hide that through hair growth, hair movement, how you comb it, brush it, dry it, whatever.
Yeah, there's not too many things to cover it up unless you try to make her walk just a little bit better, or hold that head up a little higher, or try to make her stand just a little different. But there's not much you can do to cosmetically to correct what if she has a flaw. But
We'll get two nice individuals we have out here in our Jersey Cow class. I'm going to start with today. She does so, especially really starting out on those feeding legs. She tracks a little more square on those rear feeding legs to go over our second place cow. We also prefer her memory system. She's a little bit higher and body at the top of her rear udder today to go over again. The sister's really balanced. Cow in second. I will grant the cow in second. Really prefer her for her attachment a little bit more today. And again, also prefer the way she holds her top line over this first place cow. But again, two really nice cows, ones that will continue to develop well. Let's give these two gentlemen a nice round of applause with their Jersey cows today.
Winner of that class was Brody Badel. Brody Badel with Bonnie. Now is our three-year-old Holstein class. class, Luna Flower and Susie. That'll be followed by our 3-year-old Jersey class. Case and Beta will be showing Penelope.
I'd like to take this opportunity also to thank WTRE. They have a few announcements over here in the corner. Announcing the show for us. And one of those is a former dairy member of his grandkids stove this morning. So I appreciate those fellows sitting down there and talking about the dairy industry and the dairy stove today.
Kylie, when they're showing in this class here, the judge does pay quite a bit of attention to the cow itself, but there's so much importance to the udder. And as we was just talked there an hour or two ago about how they position the cow and put one hind leg in the middle of the udder so you can see it. You just want that udder to attach into the bottom stomach part there really well, and you also on the back side of it want it attaching really high. And then you want the placements underneath there really well so a milking machine can go on and stay on so she can milk out really well. But there's so much importance put onto that because that's where the main part is of the cow.
Both really nice Holstein cows out here today. Cow we're going to start with, for me today, it was that advantage in her memory system to go over our second place cow. She's a little bit wider through that rear udder all the way throughout. Before she's smoother through her forward attachment. Furthermore, really like the way she stands squarely on her front leg, showing a little bit more width and strength of the front end than our Dairy Stylish cow on second. Second or third, it is again that memory system goes over. Cow in third, she is going dry. I'd just like to see her calf in again to be able to compete today. She's showing a little bit extra condition compared to our first two cows to go any higher. So three really nice, extremely nice individuals here in our Holstein cow class. Let's give them a nice big round of applause.
Okay, the winner of that one was Susie. Our next class is our 3-year-old Jersey cow, Penelope, shown by Casey Badel. After that will be our 5-year-old and older Holstein class, Hannah Fuel with Rona and Spot, and Emma Nobby with Patricia.
Matt, maybe you can give us a lot more current numbers, but normally with heifers, I'm just going to general rule of thumb. This isn't exactly, every farm may be a little different, but normally you want a heifer after it's born, roughly 2 years after she's born, to have a calf. Now I think you was talking a little bit ago about 7 months and something like that, so you may be a little bit more than 2 years old. But then when they're 2 years old, they have their calf. Then normally, when do you try to get them bred back? 60 to 90 days after that, after they calve? Is that
they're having babies every 13 to 15 months.
13 to 15. Okay, I know that they call that the calving interval. And normally, the way it used to be is after the cow has the calf, they will peak in milk production in about that 60 to 90 day period, and that's normally when you wanted to get them bred. And then they slowly start tapering off there to your dry period, which normally the dry period is what, 2 months before they calve? Is that
yes, roughly, and a little more. We try to. That's the reason ours returned to us 2 years old.
Yes.
7 months pregnant.
So
and then we start drying them up at 7 months. Of course, the heifer, she's a heifer. But we keep her in what we call our close-up pen.
Yes. Yeah.
And so all of our cows in one barn are from having. We're all within 30 to 45 days of having calves.
Okay, yeah. So what we're talking about, the calving interval is from when they had their calf till when they have their next calf.
Right.
Because one of the goals is to get more peaks. And so as soon as you can get her bred back at a healthy time, and then let them dry out and calve again, you get another peak, and then you calve again and get another peak. So you're saying 13 to 15. I know if you was in the 13 months calving interval, you was doing a good job, because getting cows bred back can be a chore.
A difficult chore, especially when you're AI
and heat.
Yes.
Yeah. That's. Yeah.
Now we have played around a little bit.
Jersey 3-year-old class. The coach really admire her memory system, her dariness, her cleanliness, angularity all the way throughout. Really like the rear udder on this cow. Really has a lot of pop to it, height and width. Maybe I told the young man, if I'm getting really picky, maybe I have to to change her forerunner up just a little bit. She tends to be a little bit bulgy there. But again, a cow you really, really admire all the way throughout. Congratulations.
Now show our 5-year-old and older Holstein cows. Fuel with Rona and Spot, and then I'll be with Patricia. That'll be followed by our final regular class. That'll be a 5-year-old and older Jersey named Rudy, shown by Tessa Muller. And then after that class,
we will show for the senior champion Holstein, followed by senior champion Cherokees.
Matt, is your breeding program, and you don't have to give any details if you don't want to, are you more on a time breeding or sight, or how's your heat detection program?
I do not get involved with some of the many of the details on that end of the business. These are questions that Wim or Vital are familiar with and are the ones. I'm more of a general information encyclopedia. And some of these techniques, I do know that it's 100% artificial insemination. We have done a little bit of embryo transfer, embryo transplant work, but really not keen about that. The traditional AI methods seem to work well.
In your facility with that many cows, it's 24/7 milking cows, am I correct?
Yes, there's never
always
stop.
something in the parlor.
They started milking cows in August of 2008 and have not stopped since.
He did show up today. He's kind of hanging out in the shadows back here. He says Stephanie's doing a good job taking over for us. So. He's getting married here in a few weeks. That'll be all three of our boys married out. We get a grandchild back in May. First grandchild for Mary and myself. Little girl. One more dairy factor of the day. Takes approximately 12 pounds of milk and make 1 pound of ice cream that you buy in the store. And the most popular flavor is vanilla. Takes over 21 pounds to produce a pound of butter and 10 pounds to produce a pound of cheese, with cheddar being the most popular cheese in America.
One of the things I've noticed about this fair, and I may be a little prejudiced, but it seems like currently all of the contestants are familiar with the charges they are given, meaning they know the cows they have. And it's easy to go into an arena and see the cow that is unfamiliar with its handler because the two don't cooperate together very well. But it seems like all of these kids appear to have hands-on with their own cows pretty regular because they're all docile, they're all gentle. Nobody's throwing each other around out there.
I think, Matt, too, some of these have, not only the participants, but the cows or the heifers have been in here before, too, and that's always a big help. And the one thing you'll find back in the dairy barn, or at least it was years ago, is you get such good cooperation with the 4-H dairy members. It doesn't seem like it's, I'm going to try to whip you today or I'm going to try to beat you today. It seems like, I mean, there's still that personal touch or you want to win, but it just seems like there's things flow together down there a whole lot more than in other species at other places.
And I think you see that across the genre of farming. You'll see farmers getting together and talking about the secrets that help them propel themselves forward. You will never see Chrysler, Ford, and Chevrolet get together and say, we did this and it's helped us.
Right, yeah.
But you always have farmers sharing their information, because we are not, within the circles of farming, we're not in direct competition. We are all supporting each other.
Yes, yeah.
Now, the rest of the world may think we're in competition, but we support each other 100% across the board. And I think that's exclusive to agriculture.
Yeah.
Well, 2 entries here in our Walsing H cow class. Both 6-year-old cows, 2 different types of cows. And for me today, going to go with the one with the advantage in her memory system. Our first place cow, she holds that udder higher above her hocks. We really prefer her for attachment. She's a little bit smoother all the way throughout. Prefer her the first place cow being a little bit deeper in her cleft. Nothing to take away from the second place cow. Do prefer the way she holds herself on her rear feet and legs, and the way she travels across this ring. She's extremely deep. And really has a lot of depth at the rib today. Really just in this really prefer the manual system, and she's tall and well standing to go to our second place. So 2 really nice individuals here in our Holstein H cow class. Let's give them both a nice round of applause.
Okay, winner of that class was Patricia, shown by Aminabi. Our last regular class of the day for our senior cows will be Ruby, a 5-year-old and older Jersey cow, shown by Tessa Moeller. Right after this class, we will show for our senior champion Holstein. So if you can get those ready back there, it'll be Hannah Fuel's Marshmallow, Hannah Fuel's Susie, and Aminabi's Patricia.
Kylie, I think as you've seen that last class there, you could tell that was a 5-year-old class. You can tell those cows have worked hard their lifetime. You can just tell things weren't as tight on them as some of your 2- and 3-year-old cows, but they've done their job, and they've worked hard on the farms, and you can kind of tell that's starting to show on them. Normally, and I don't know Matt down there, but normally 3 to 4 calves out of a cow, you're done pretty decent. It's just it just seems like about 3 lactations that's the average. That's the heart of the production of that cow normally. Yeah. Unless you got a really strong cow, it's got good feet and legs under her, that can hold herself and not be under stress to get bred back again, then you can keep them longer. But on the average, about 3 lactations is going to kind of be the rule of the thumb there, I think.
Well, that's why if you ever come down and tour our facility, you'll notice that just about everything we do revolves around cow comfort and cow care.
Yeah.
It's no different than any other industry in the world. Whatever is your moneymaker is what you take care of, and the cow happens to be that for us. And if you give, like we discussed earlier, if you give that animal the best life it can have and every potential, it will provide that in return to you in most cases. Yeah.
And as you was talking about farmers sharing things with farmers, with genetics we have.
Some go all after the show today. There's a lot more information out there, but some of that you don't want to share yet because we haven't done shows yet. Those are some of the questions that the judge will ask the kids when they're out there. So, I don't want to give them the answers now. We want to see what they know. Basic stuff, how much does the animal milk weigh? What's the part of the cow? Stuff like that. You'll see how much they studied up on that stuff.
It is a single entry here in the age cow jersey class. But a cow that you really admire her. She really wows you with her frame when she walks in the ring. Like I said, really straighten your lines. Extremely deep ribbed and angular all the way throughout. Told the young lady would like to strengthen up her other attachments a little bit. But again, the cow you really admire and really fun to breed from. So congratulations to this young lady on her winning age cow jersey.
Yeah, they push them pretty hard for milk production.
Okay, that concludes all our senior classes. Now we'll come back, show our senior champion Holsteins. Hannah Fuel with Marshmallow, Susie, and then Emma Nobby with Patricia.
Once again, the winner of this class will receive a banner. Those are donated by Mike and Marcy Kumas.
Well, the looks of the others, they got him stacked small, medium, and large.
I think the first one's probably a dry cow, isn't it? I would think it would be.
Yeah. Trying to figure out which one that was.
Then you get to the middle cow there and got some age, some youthfulness left to her. Then you get to the other cow and you can just kind of tell she's worked hard. It's kind of like human beings. The older we get, some things start falling apart a little bit.
So Matt, do you come from a dairy background or more beef? Beef. Okay.
Matt, what's it going to take for these beef prices to ever come down?
I don't know. I enjoy them.
Yes.
But I don't know. It's a fickle market. It's odd. Corn's cheap.
Yep.
Cattle are high.
Did you know that on Holsteins, one is never like the other? Their pattern is never the same. It's just like a fingerprint.
Let's give these exhibitors a nice big round of applause in our Holstein Senior Show today. three really nice individuals out here, three different types of cows. I also have our summer junior too that's not capped in yet. So again, any cow you'd like to see her fresh, see what that underdeveloped size, but an extremely balanced and wide cow. Then we have our 3-year-old, one that has a lot of daringness, angularity throughout, extreme balance, a really nice memory system on there as well. And then our age cow, one that he said has had 4 cows, really has stood the test of time, an extremely nice memory system on her. So 3 really nice individuals out here. I'll go on and select your champion and then your reserve and honorable mention in that order, and then come back and give you reasons why. Again, you can go either way you want, but like I said, when it comes down to me, I'd really like to see that 2-year-old fresh. So okay, it really comes down to this 3-year-old and this age cow. And for me, I'm going to give this slight advantage in the 3-year-old today. The way she holds herself together, especially on those rear legs, be a little bit stronger in her pasterns, and a little bit, like I said, a little more height to that other today. Nothing to take away from this age cow. Like I said, she really stood the test of time. Really appreciate her frame and memory system. We just a little bit more to be our champion. So congratulations to all of our exhibitors. Let's give them another big, nice round of applause.
There's some cows here that look like they need to go home and be milked.
Kylie, the view we're getting here where we're sitting at, there's some tremendous cows out there.
Yes, there is.
That'd make a good group for a judging contest for a FFA or something like that.
If we're finishing up this class here, we'll be picking a Jersey champion out of the cows. And then show at Fort Grand, we're going to show the winner of this class. And then hand this real 3-year-old Holstein for senior champion and overall grand in reserve. After we pick our grand in reserve, we'll take a shorter intermission than lifetime. So, you know, the showmanship order. So if those beginners showmanship start working their way up here with their animals, Jason Bowler, Evan Pike, and Claire Schutte, and Reed Whipple. You work on getting those animals up here ready to go. So we'll just have a short intermission in between.
Let's start out with a big, nice round of applause for our Jersey Senior Champion exhibitors today. Another really nice cow show. I'm impressed to see this many cows out of the county fair. I know there's several county fairs out there and struggle to have one or two cows even out there. So kudos to the entire county here to be able to bring out your milk cows to be able to exhibit today. So we're looking to start to evaluate here in our champion selection. We have our 4 class winners out here. We have our pair of 2-year-olds, starting with the younger one here, Summer Junior 2, a one that has a lot of potential as we break her down. Really love her frame, menu system coming along really nicely. And then our other Senior 2, again, a cow that really wows you as far as that forward. She's got a lot of venation all the way throughout. A cow that you really admire. We're moving on to our 3-year-old. The cow's got extremely wide rear udder, dairy, angular, clean all the way throughout. And then our aged cow, again, a really picture-perfect frame. Really need to take a look at this cow. So we'll go out and select your champion, your reserve, and honorable mention in that order. And I'll come back and give some reasons why. But again, let's give them a nice round of applause before I do so. Again, as we're breaking down here today, it's going to be this Senior 2-year-old that's going to win. And it goes really on that memory system today. You really like the venation all the way through for that forward attachment over our reserve champion today. Nothing to take away from this young Senior Junior 2. Really like the way she can continue to develop. Really love that memory system. Like I said, maybe like to tuck those rear teats in, maybe square them up just a bit if you would do anything. But again, it is that overall be a little smoother in the forward attachment and this overall quality of frame to go over our 3-year-old. Again, you kind of really like the rear udder attachment on here, but just gets a little bit bulgy in that forward for me today to go to be champion. So again, really 4 really nice high quality cows here today. Let's give them a big round of applause for our senior champions.
I'm good if you want to bring them all out. Doesn't matter. That's just fine. Yeah. Thanks that you have them.
Okay, a little change here. We are going to make our championship drive a little bigger. We're going to go with the champion and reserve champion in both classes, Jersey and Holstein, in the cows only. So if you bring in your first and second place cow from your breed champions.
This is something different than last year, right? They're doing the reserve, the champion and the reserve champion for the overall grand champion. Am I correct?
Yeah, and I think sometimes that can be up to the judge.
Okay.
He may want to do that because sometimes I'm just going to use this example. If the Jersey wins, then you got the reserve here, and the reserve may be better than what he thought the other two cows were. I'm just using that as an example, but and so that's the reason sometimes they'll do it, or sometimes they'll pick the winner and then they'll bring that reserve back in later on. But he's going to have them both out, all four of them showing out here now, which is great. That's a good deal. What do we have? The Betos and the Fuels? Is that who's out here?
And Navi.
No, okay.
Let's come to our overall grand champion drive here. Let's start out with a big round of applause for our exhibitors here and back in the barn too. It takes a lot of work to get these cows to where they are today. Not only today, but it started way back. They could have started even else, but it's really going to start tomorrow as you go back and then as you continue to milk these cows and get them ready. So it's extremely impressive to see this kind of quality out here that you brought out in our Grand Champion selection. So as we go about here, I'm first going to select the Grand Champion. We're looking at just the first two cows here. We're going to write off our overall Grand Jersey and then our overall Grand Holstein to be able to select between those two really high-quality individuals. Really like their dairy, angular, like the memory systems on both these cows. They have a lot of donation all the way throughout. Really, really high-quality udders and walk on a nice set of feet and legs. So go out and select your Grand Champion and reserve between those two, and then we'll come back and talk about a little bit more. So we go ahead and first select that, and I'll tell you why. So as we got down to our overall senior champion today, if we moved between these two, came down to this jersey, you really, really admire it all the way throughout. It really comes down to just as an memory system. You like the whip all the way throughout. She has a deeper crease. She's a little bit higher, wider in that rear attachment. Nothing to take away from this Holstein. You really admire her dairy, this angularity. Just as a little bit stronger memory system to go over our champion today. So congratulations. I think now we'll select our overall Grand Champion. Between, like you said, we brought back our reserve Grand Champions as well. Between our Holstein and our jerseys, we're talking about our age cow. Again, like we talked about, we really, really like that she stood the test of time here. Has an extremely nice frame, dairy, a nice quality memory system to go along with it. And then our Summer Junior 2 jersey down there, the cow, like I said, has a lot of potential to go going down the road. You really like the memory system on this cow. So I'll go out and select your Grand and then your overall reserve Grand between all four cows out here. So let's give them a nice big round of applause before I do that. So when we get to the overall, we bring our reserves back in here today. Nothing to take away from this Holstein here. That was our reserve senior champion. But for me, I'm just going to prefer this jersey on the end here. We really like her memory system all the way throughout. Just a little bit deeper crease for me today. A little bit more venation to go over again. A really nice pair of Holsteins. So congratulations all four exhibitors here. Let's give them another big round of applause for our overall Grand Champion.
Bonnie then Paula.
So our overall Grand Champion today was Bonnie, shown by Brody Badel. That was a senior 2-year-old cow. And our overall reserve Grand Champion for the day was Paula, also from Brody. That was a junior 2-year-old cow. I want to thank all you kids for showing the classes. Now we're going to get started with our showmanship contest. Just take a couple minutes here to refresh, get going. We're holding on.
Young farmers need to focus on building strong connections to their community, sharing their deep love of land and place, and helping people understand the value and importance of farming done well. The Hulsbosch Dairy family celebrates our 4-H youth, congratulates them for their hard work and dedication, and encourages a continued interest in agriculture for their future.
The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com.
Do you believe in economic growth right here in Decatur County? Do you support the Cobia Solar Project and the millions in benefits it can bring? Do you believe in protecting property rights and creating new opportunities for our community? Then make your voice heard.
Brody Badel, Hannah Fuhrer, Tessa Moeller, and Wade Sheedy.
So I don't know if everyone heard or not, but this is beginner showmanship. So this is where they're not really judging the animal, they're judging you on how you set up that animal, how you interact with the judge, how you pay attention to what he's asking you to do.
This is called the sweat box.
Well, you know, these kids, they're as beginners, they've got to be nervous.
Yes.
And I couldn't imagine being that age and out in front of this group and being critiqued by everybody, not just the judge. Mom and Dad and Grandma and Grandpa are watching me too.
Yep.
You know how that is.
That's right. And sometimes as they're showing this year, they'll remember what the judge asked or wanted him to do last year, and then the judge you get the next year may have a completely, totally different idea of how to make a showmanship work. So sometimes it's a lot of questions, sometimes it's how you handle yourself, sometimes how you present the animal. The animal, it doesn't matter what color the animal is. It's just you're showing that animal and presenting that the best you can. And also, you have to have education about the animal you're showing. And higher up in the classes, the harder the questions will get.
Well, and the greater the expectation should be.
There you go. Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
And you can see around the arena, the people are heavily interested in watching the outcomes of these classes.
Yeah. Now, Matt, I was the opposite. Whenever my kids were showing, it was time to head out of the building. I'm not one, I don't enjoy competition. It's good. That's what has to happen. But I'm like, I don't enjoy that too much. So my youngest daughter that really ate this showmanship stuff up, I probably didn't watch her show a whole lot because I was heading the other end of the barn. And other people just love it. They eat competition up. They love to be competitive, and I just never was that way. But that's fine. We're all created different.
I think next year I'm going to have a piece in my ear so I can listen to these guys down here. It sounds like you're having a lot of fun down there. And it's like watching baseball. You watch it on TV, you listen to the broadcasters in your ears. Radio broadcast.
And then the winner of this one, I don't know if you guys have already mentioned it, the winner of this one gets to move up to the next level. So, and the two that win was it the overall and reserve of the expert, they can go on to do the Tom Swain.
That's correct, yeah,
too.
yeah. Yeah, the expert showman, I think, is that how it's...
Yeah, the expert showman.
Yeah, the expert, the two out of the expert go to the Tom Swain.
Now explain the Tom Swain. I'm not familiar with that. What is Tom Swain?
What it is, the Tom Swain is where they take the top two showmen from goats, swine, dairy, sheep, and beef.
One last correction on the program. You just figured it out. At the top, under all the dairy members, Evan Pike's name is not on there. So, yes, Evan Pike showed today. They had an animal out there, part of the group. We apologize for missing his name.
So the Tom Swain is a collective of all the animals and their showmanship, or is it about the animal?
No, it'll be the showmanship, just like they're doing right now.
Okay.
And they will show, Tuesday night they will come back, and two from each one of those species will show. So there should, I think there's 10. Mm-hmm. I think I named off the right species. I don't think they get chickens, horses, rabbits, that type of thing.
Right.
I think it's just those five. They will come back on Tuesday night, and then they will have the champion of the Tom Swain. That's been going on since, oh my. Tom Swain was killed in an auto accident in 1973.
Wow.
And his wife, Joyce, started this Tom Swain up. So I don't know if that started in 1974 or 75, but it's going on. It's been going on for a lot of years, and a lot of people that's what they're striving for is to win the Tom Swain.
That's what I understand.
Yes, exactly.
It is the pinnacle of the show arena for the Decatur County Fair.
For the showmanship, for the showmanship.
Unique to the Decatur County Fair, is it not?
Yes. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's so cool that there's so much community interaction, community involvement, community helps propel this fair forward so much.
And there's a lot, now it may have changed this year, I don't know, keep up to date on it every year, but like if you win this, it's your responsibility, I think, unless it's changed, to go to somebody and find, you have to ask somebody if you can show their animal. So there's a lot of work in doing that and learning all about all these species in a matter of a couple of days.
So the Tom Swain, you're not showing your animal.
You start in the ring with your dairy. Like if you want dairy,
that's right.
You start in the ring with your dairy. The hog, sheep, beef, and goat, you have to go get that unless you also had that in a project. So if you brought sheep, you could use that. If you brought swine, you could use that. But sometimes it's about not always. Sometimes when you get out in the ring, the judge switches you real quick. So
Right,
you lose.
That's right. Last year, the judge could move you from one animal to another animal and really increase the nervousness of the whole class.
I think there's been some shows, they call them the Royal, or they'll call it something else, but sometimes the superintendents may go out and get the animals so everyone is showing a brand new animal to them. I don't know.
Because it's all about the showmanship.
Exactly right. Yes. Yeah. And knowledge. You'll get a lot of questions asked with some judges. What is your knowledge of this? So sometimes there can be an awful lot of questions asked out there. And sometimes, just about every time I've been here, there's been two judges, and then they'll get together and talk this over, because one can kind of still watch you while you're communicating with the judge and how that's handled. But
so you didn't show.
No, I never did.
So I'm suspecting that this is an experience that will last a lifetime with these kids, even if they don't end up being in the animal industry as a career. This is something that will help them. Decisions made, the process, the theology, this will help them follow them through their years.
Yes.
There's a lot of important activity molding a person's character taking place here.
Yeah.
You have to exercise a lot of patience, tolerance, and effort in order to excel in this arena.
Yes.
Well, there's a lot, and I don't know what they do now, but when some of my siblings were in that, there'd be a night before or so where they would all get together and they'd help each other on different animals and go out in the ring and start practicing. And they work together. It's not like, it's just a lot of involvement together.
And most of these people, historically, with families, have done this for generations.
Yes.
I mean, you were talking about your sisters. You were talking about doing it as you were younger. So a lot of these families have developed these relationships that they've continued on in their futures and even in their own personal businesses. So this is not just a day event. This is a day event that lasts the rest of your life.
Yeah. And the thing with the Tom Swain, even if you win it or are the runner-up, you can come back again next year. If you win your expert showman in that species or a different one, you can come back multiple times to that.
That's cool.
And there's been a few that have done that multiple times.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Tuesday night they'll have a list of that of all the winners, and there's some won it 2-3 times, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Back, so.
Didn't last year a person come out of the intermediate
might not be doing it for kids.
I haven't seen her name.
No. I don't know. Everything else has been going good though?
We're just about done.
But Matt, I was never into Tom Swain, so I can't say much about it. So.
Well, it seems like it's a great motivator for these kids.
Oh yes, yeah.
And it gives them several opportunities to find success.
Yes.
If they didn't reach what they thought they should have in one area, they can enter themselves into another and hopefully find success in that area.
Yeah. And you know, I think there's 10 of them. There's 8 of them go out of there with how should I say that? I wouldn't say acknowledgement, but they don't go out with a trophy or a banner. There's 8 of them that don't, but the what they learn that in life, not everything turns out like we want it
Exactly.
to. And that's a great learning. If you can learn that young, that helps you out in life a lot. That you're not going to always win every time you go out there. And so every year there's 8 of them that just don't accomplish that. But boy, the lessons they learn. You know, you're talking about learning things. You know, it's even like sometimes when you get out of college, you know, you go and work at another place before you come back to the farm. And that, even though that may not have had a lot to do with what you came back to, but it was a learning experience, how to deal with people, how to have a boss, that type of thing. So a lot of learning experiences out here, bunches.
My younger brother is an engineer at Chrysler Corporation in Kokomo, and prior to receiving that job, he graduated college. But to the admission of his immediate supervisor was one of the things that gave them confidence in selecting him as a candidate was his agricultural background.
Okay.
For one, he wasn't afraid to work. He was able to adjust to conditions and all the things that go along with with that lifestyle that is different and complementary that you would receive in another genre of life.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Because you know as well as I do, every day is different on a farm.
Yes.
You know, it may rain 3 days in a row, but every day's different.
I was telling my son-in-law this spring, it's the emotional roller coaster right now. It can be up one day and it can be down the next day, you know. But I know other jobs are that way too. But
All right, let's start out with a big round of applause for our Brigadier Showmanship participants today. This is always my favorite part, as we go along and showing, being able to teach the next generation here. You have four really high quality individuals out here in Decatur County. So what we wanted to do as we're walking around here, have them stop, be able to check and see, make sure they have head carriage in the correct place, have those rear feet and legs set up correctly as well. You know, when you're running around and ask them a few questions, a few parts questions, what they maybe change about that animal. So, like I said, all of these individuals did an extremely nice job, gave them a few pointers to help improve for next year. But I'll go out and I guess and select your champion and then maybe give you a few reasons why. But let's get a big round of applause before I do that. Champion today is going to be this young man with the jersey. For me, like I said, all 4 of these individuals did a really nice job. He just held that head carriage at the correct height, at the most times parading around the ring. Did a really nice job with setting up his feet, and he did a really nice job otherwise. So, again, nothing to take away from the rest of him, but he's going to be our champion. Let's give him a nice big round of applause to all of our beginner showmanship participants. Also out here in the ring is Claire Shooting. She is our first-year member out here on the end. She received a brush from the Nobby family. We give one of those to each first-year member, so thank you. All right.
Okay, Chase, you staying out there for the next round? Sure you are. Just go ahead and lay it out. The rest of you go on out. Chase is moving up into intermediate showmanship. He'll be joined by Glendon Cunnington and Caroline Schutte. Makeup ring for senior showmanship will be Casey Badel, Oliver Hamilton, and Emma Nobby.
Is it okay if I leave that? Is it okay if I leave that?
In speaking to our fair king, I failed to remember his name, he did confirm that last year there was a person that either come from the intermediate or the beginning, and they won all the way through the championship.
Wow.
So these possibilities are well within reach.
Yes.
And could you imagine that kid's nervousness and anxiety that he was experiencing?
You've got all different sizes of animals out here too, I'm noticing. I mean, you've got one that's just about the same height as one person, one's a little taller, one's a little shorter, so that could definitely play out in how you have to handle them.
These kids are giving the judge a lot of attention. They're kind of maintaining some eye contact with the judge, even if he's not looking at their animal. They're paying attention to what the judge is doing. And
Matt, do you come from a 4-H background? Did you have 4-H?
yes, I was more into the mechanical side of it. Raising beef cattle and hogs. I did a lot of tractor part of the 4-H and that type of, I was more into operating machines and things of that nature back in the day. So I missed and didn't participate in any of this as a kid. I have regretted it a time or two. I've heard people talk about the experiences of 4-H as they were youth and the impact it had on them, and it did me as well. But you know, I think it's different when you bring an animal as opposed to do the tractor rodeo. You know, so and the animals we raised were hogs and beef cattle. The relationship between those two was not quite as intimate as it is between a dairy man and his dairy cow.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, there's, to answer your question, yes, but not involved in the animal end of it.
So using the tractor where you backed a trailer or wagon through the stakes? And, okay. Try not to break them off?
Yes, I backed over. The winner's back through.
And sometimes if you bump the stake, just go ahead and go. Because you're going to take your time. If you pull it up, try to get out of it. Just go ahead and break it.
But you know, I got proficient at it.
Yeah.
And I still use those skills and talents today.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
You know.
Okay, for those who live for statistics, I just have a couple here from show today. The amount of animals that we showed.
Your most brought breed was Holstein was 16. Jersey has 12. Milky Show only had 3. The most popular names started with the letter P. And we had 3 names that we had 2 of each. We had 2 Penelopes, 2 Maggies, and 2 Mollies.
And Matt, a great teaching to us trying to back a load of hay in and it's pouring down rain.
Well, you know, there's been some major arguments over the term "my left." But if you want to stop someone in their tracks, ask them to back up a hay wagon into a barn, because it's a difficult task.
That's right, yep.
And you know, not only does it teach a person character and determination and tolerance, it's also a good way to bring into the education the element of safety. Every year you hear of someone getting hurt. Recently, a family down by Seymour lost a great-grandmother and a great-grandson in the same incident. Out of that came what they are now calling a Maverick Minute, which is the name of the 4-year-old great-grandson that passed in the accident.
Yes.
Take that Maverick Minute, look around your surroundings before you move your machine to try to eliminate that. But even in this, you know, there's an inherent element of danger involved in anything involved in agriculture. And when you work with an animal that has a mind of its own, that danger is always present. And it gives these kids the wisdom to realize and prepare for anything that may happen, and to be more safe and aware about what they're doing in their surroundings. You know, these kids, they're not walking around closely to the hips of their cattle. Neither are the judges. And if they are, they're touching the animal. So that animal knows there's someone there. So there's elements that you don't even consider that are very important and crucial that these kids are gaining experience with.
Sure. Yep.
And if you've been around livestock, you know that there is always an element of danger involved. Especially when you're handling animals. That boy right there does not weigh what the leg of that cow weighs, and he has to be able to have the confidence and the skill sets to handle that animal.
That's right. The thing when I'm working around livestock, usually the first thing I fear is kicking.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Oh, man. I mean, they're like lightning, and you because they can do it. I don't even know if they knew they did it, but you know, it just happens, the kicking part of it. So
my dad used to tell us if we got close to the back of the cow, it didn't hurt as bad because the full stretch wasn't out there yet. Well, that was a man that just didn't get kicked at all. And you know, these animals have to be tolerant. It's warm in here.
Yeah.
And these calves have been out here several times.
Yes.
And, you know, they'll get to a point where I don't want to do this no more.
It just also shows you how much they've worked with them. I mean, you can't just, don't get me wrong, there's going to be times where you have to switch up animals and you're not going to lead them the way that they're used to being led, but you have to work with your animal for it to be able to do what it needs to do out here in the ring. I mean, they've worked with him months.
They
if not all
understand the
year.
variables between one cow or another because they've had to exercise it.
Yeah.
Our intermediate showman participants today.
All three of these individuals did a really, really nice job. Kind of stepped up the level of difficulty on questions and kind of my expectation of what they're doing out here in the ring. Gave some of them some feedback as well, but they all did a really, really nice job. So what I'll do is I'll go out and select your champion, give you a couple reasons why he or she did win, and we'll go from there. Let's give him a nice big round of applause before I do so. We're going to go with this young man with the Holstein today. He just really did a great job of answering my questions as we were going about there. Did a good job of keeping this heifer's head high. Like I said, that's a lot of effort for them to be able to keep that head at the correct spot. So he did a really, really nice job. Nothing to take away from these other two individuals. We talked about a few things they could work on. They'll come back next year and do great as well. So let's give another big, nice round of applause to our champion and participants in the intermediate showmanship.
Okay, the winner of that class was Glendon Cunnington. He'll stay in the ring and move on to our senior showmanship class. He'll be joined in the ring by Kason Badel, Oliver Hamilton, and Anna Nobby. Intermediate Showmanship Awards. The trophy is not sponsored by the Nobby family and the tote bag by the Crosby family.
You're still like a master. More water there.
As we're waiting for the judge's results, what do you suppose are some of the questions he's asking these young 4-Hers?
I've never been in the show myself, but I think sometimes they ask them, what's the biggest flaw of your animal? What's something you like about your animal? Or just statistics about dairy in general. How many pounds of milk does a cow give? Or sometimes they'll ask you what the price of milk is now.
So some of it is even testing their education in the genre in which they're showing.
Yes.
Yeah, because they could, some of them get as stiff as like, what's PI count? What's that stand for? What's somatic cell count stand for? What's a good average butterfat content? I've seen them too, where when they switch animals, the biggest thing you do is you walk clear around that animal before,
and give it a full inspection.
Inspection before you get, so you can see if there's anything you need to change on that cow when you start leading it around. Yeah. And sometimes they'll ask for some body parts, like where's the hooks and the pins.
So they're very, very well. They expand on the knowledge. They try to see where that person's skill sets and knowledge sets are at on that animal or that, like here, the dairy.
It depends on the judge too. There's some judges that just judge how you show it, and there's some that just want to know how much you know about the questions.
And some judges are a lot quicker with this, and some are a lot slower. From year to year, you don't know what you're going to get there either. But
and I think that's good. That way, you can't train your animal to gain the respect of the judge, because you never know who you're going to have.
Right.
It's never the same judge year after year.
No.
And it makes you work and perfect all parts of that animal and your showmanship. He's very intent in his questions. I've watched him ask, and he's serious about his conversation.
Even in the first group, he was showing them, I saw at least on one little boy, showing him how to hold the halter correctly. I mean, that's nice too, because instead of just saying, who won, they went by and been like, okay, this is how you need to do it. That way they have that knowledge for the next time they come out here.
Well, and your dad has said already several times, these kids, if they're listening to the critiquement of the judge, when they're coming back, they are correcting that.
Right.
Yeah. And I think I've almost heard some judges say they've seen a response to what they told them too. And that lightens them up too, real quick. Yeah.
As much as not seeing a response, probably.
Yeah. But you get the age of the kids out here now, and if you're going to show cows, the knowledge really helps go hand in hand with that. And I think he could I would think, I don't know, I've never been a judge, but I think he can tell if you're just pulling that answer out of the sky, or if you mean it, or you just trying to get as close as you could to it too. Yeah.
Is this senior? Oh, senior showman with the winner from the intermediate involved.
Yes.
That's why there's 4.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the winner of this class will go to the expert. Yeah.
You can see the judge out there explaining, I'm not sure what, but he's doing so to both of those showmen, and they're each showing different cows, different genre of cow, basically. One's a Jersey, one's a Holstein. But the lessons he's implying obviously applies to both of the, yes, both animals, both showmen or show person. Because we have quite a few females.
Yes,
Show,
yes, we do.
Showmen, show persons. If you're watching this on our live stream, you can see that that judge is taking his time to truly help elevate that showman's performance so that the next time they come into the ring, they can take what his criticisms may be and apply them to how they're showing their animal and enhance their chances of stepping higher up that ladder.
Well, and it could also help them next year when they're picking out a calf or calves. That, hey, I remember what the judge told me there. I'm going to start looking at that part to see, pick one animal over the other animal. It can be a learning experience from that standpoint, too.
Absolutely. I hadn't even considered that.
Yeah.
Let's start with a big round of applause for our senior showmanship participants. 4 great individuals out here. Again, went through and asked them a couple different questions, and again, up the difficulty on those parts. We just want to explain, as I'm asking these parts questions, I think it's extremely important to be able to evaluate the animal that you're going out and selecting, and also that you're showing, so you know where her faults are, you're able to identify those, and then be able to mask those as best you can to the judge to be able to increase that placing. So the individuals out here do a really nice job being able to identify those. We'll work on some parts as we go, but I'll go on and select your champion, senior showman, and give you a few reasons why, but let's give him another big round of applause before I do that. this young lady with the Holstein cow, she's going to be your champion today. She's a rock star on her questions, knew those parts right away, and did a really nice job of controlling this cow, not only today, or not only in this class, but also in the placing class as well. So congratulations to these 4 participants. Let's give them all another nice round of applause.
Okay, the winner there in the senior showmanship went to Emma Nolly. Of course, you're going to lead her right around the ring so you can get the rest of them in, right? The other 3 go on out. Appreciate your hard work today. We'll move on to our expert showmanship. The awards for senior showmanship were sponsored by Lowe's Pelts and Grain, and the backpack was sponsored by Crosby's. Expert showmanship. Emma will be joined by Brody Badel, Hannah Fuel, Tessa Moeller, and Wade Schutte. So now in this class, we will pick a 1 and 2. As these top 2 will go on to show in Tom Swain next week, represent the dairy breed.
Young farmers need to focus on building strong connections to their community, sharing their deep love of land and place, and helping people understand the value and importance of farming done well. The Hulsbosch Dairy family celebrates our 4-H youth, congratulates them for their hard work and dedication, and encourages a continued interest in agriculture for their future.
Greensburg Power of the Past, presenting sponsor of Live at 5 on WTRE at the Decatur County Fair. Mark your calendars for this year's Greensburg Power of the Past show, August 13th through the 17th.
So do you see what's going on out there now? The judge has taken a calf and has asked the participant to go critique.
Yes. Well, at this level...
Oh, he's changing livestock.
Yeah,
I see what he's doing.
At this level, he probably kind of expects them to be able to do some of this stuff and pick out certain things and be able to lead different animals.
Okay, so one of the conditions we do is the royalty has to milk a grand champion cow. Release the cow course. See if you can do it or not. So nobody leaves, we lock all the gates. The only gate open is into the ring. Okay. So when this class is over, we're going to keep the cow out there in the ring and we're going to get a few squirts of milk before she gets on the machine over there.
Do you want to leave? She can stay with me. Mom. Tell Grandma. Mom. She has to pee. Oh, she just came up and told me that. Do you need... She said she had to pee.
your dad is a wealth of information, good advice.
Yes, he is.
Because listening in on what the judge was asking this participant,
Scholarship sponsored by NS Farms, and a duffel bag is provided by the Crosby family. Also, we have a traveling trophy in memory of Ray and Emily Starden. So if we had a member from that family here today, if they come over here and present the traveling trophy for the family.
the judge asked the very questions that your dad thought would be the questions asked. What is it you like about this particular animal? Because he had him change animals.
Yes.
And what is it would you change? And that's, being new to this, that's very interesting
Right.
to me.
And that's why, like he said, it's very important that you walk around your animal just to see what, you know, because if that question does come up, you've at least gotten a chance to look at the whole animal and not just the front half.
Right.
Past winners of this expert scholarship class since we started the Ray and Emily Starman Traveling Trophy. Started back in 2019. First winner of that was Stephanie Nobby. And her sister Elizabeth in 2020 and 21. Ray Shiggy in 2022. Hannah Fuel in 23 and 24.
It's also a good reason to pay attention to the judge too, because right then he kind of motioned them all to move, and then if you're not paying attention where he tells you where to go or to stop, you're going to be in trouble.
So this is the last class for the day, and this is our expert showman.
Yes. So the top two in this one are able to go into the Tom Swain show, if they so choose.
Right.
I had a brother who one time he won one of these in the dairy show, and he was able to go into the Tom Swain show, and he chose not to go.
Well, these kids work hard. The judge is working hard.
Yes.
He's doing a great job. He's got the animals connected back to the owners.
Yes.
Or at least the ones that brought them into the arena. Everybody in the crowd is waiting anxiously and watching. Them earn their positions today.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure they're all tired, but they're still working hard out there.
Let's definitely give a big round of applause to our expert showmanship participants today. I just want to take this time again to thank you for allowing me to come out and judge the Decatur County Fair. I really appreciated the quality and the quality of the cows and the quality of the kids. You have a great bunch of kids here that are extremely talented and who definitely work hard to put in this, to be able to bring this many, especially milk cows out here. It is extremely impressive for a county fair. Extremely impressive to continue to have this number. I hope this number can continue to grow as we move forward here. So again, really big round of applause. Let's give a big round of applause to everyone out here that's involved with the Decatur County Dairy Program. Like I said, appreciate that. And also appreciate all this, like I said, there's a leasing program also involved in this county, and that is a huge part of this. So, like I said, all those farms that are willing for these animals to be worked with, to be able to be shown today. Let's give another big round of applause to those farms, those individuals that allow this to happen as well. So with that, we'll move on to our expert showmanship here. It's a little bit different because this is the best of the best. This is where they say there's many things that as we worked on in the younger groups that these people have already mastered. You know, they're already there. They've gotten to here for a reason. So it's going around there. As you saw, we started out with a switch, and then also maybe a quick test to see if they could evaluate and what they liked and disliked about that animal that they switched for. And all of them did a really, really good job of identifying those things. So I was extremely impressed there. So like I said, it became extremely close as we moved down closer to things. And with that, I guess I'll go on and select your champion and your reserve to be able to move on. So let's get a big round of applause before I do that, and I'll come back and tell you why. These two young ladies are going to be your champion and your reserve today. Like I said, it's really, really getting picky as we get down to it, but these two did an extremely good job all day long as far as handling their animals and what they were able to do. But also, like I said, as we got out here, they answered their questions just a little bit better as we're going about. Had that big rubber cows set up a little bit quicker today. So they all did an extremely nice job. Let's give a big, nice round of applause to our expert showmanship participants today. Thank you.
Well, I guess that does it for the dairy show. And I think if you tune in here probably around 5, it looks like the swine showmanship and county born and bred show will be beginning at that time.
Thank you for inviting me. I had a great time.
I did too.